2025. And this is the hearing on the pending petition for long-term transfer filed by Yuba County Water Agency for permit 15026, application 5632. I'm Sam Bivens, the hearing officer from the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office assigned to this matter. And today is the second and likely final day of the rebuttal phase of this hearing. As usual, this hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. But the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. If at any time you're experiencing technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to the AHO email inbox at adminhrgoffice@waterboards.ca.gov. AHO staff will be monitoring the email inbox. And I have a number of other members of the AHO hearing team on the call with me today. Rebecca Stolfus, Kyle Woldridge, Skylar Anderson, Sam Bullen-Bryan, and Nicole Mullen. And as usual, Ms. Mullen will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along in the slides. So if you're a witness, please ask Ms. Mullen to simply advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony. And attorneys, you can continue to ask Ms. Mullen to directly bring up a particular exhibit. And we'll take our usual breaks today, at least one mid-morning break, lunch of approximately an hour, and an afternoon break until we adjourn for the day at 5 p.m. Although, based on our discussion at the end of the day, Tuesday, I suspect we will be done before 5. I'm going to carry over appearances for today, and I see we have 9 attendees and panel who need to be promoted to panelists. It looks like all the usual suspects. So if my team could go ahead and admit everyone as a panelist, that would be great. We'll pause for a moment while that happens. And while we're doing that, whoever is in Mr. McClure's box is not Mr. McClure. Would you like to make an appearance?
Good morning. My name's Susan Whaley. I'm with the same office as Mr. McClure. He's in a trial today that unexpectedly got continued today, so I'm appearing on behalf of NID.
Okay, very good. And it was Ms. Whaley?
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Whaley.
Thank you.
All right. And while Ms. Peer is coming in, other than Ms. Whaley, it looks like we've got everyone in as a panelist, and everyone has previously made an appearance. So let's move to today's agenda. So my agenda for the day is to finish with the cross-examination and then redirect of Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson, anticipating DWR spending about 30 more minutes on the rest of their cross-examination and about 30 more minutes from the state water contractors. I may have a few questions. Mr. Ruiz will redirect, and then we will hear from Mr. Schutz, who I believe is our last witness. And then with that, once we've finished with Mr. Schutz, and I'll get to you here, Mr. Becerra, I want to get all of the exhibits moved into evidence. We'll handle the moving of exhibits into evidence orally, and then we'll, at that point, talk about an objection schedule, which will be relatively brief. So those are the 2 items on my agenda for the day. Mr. Becerra, it looks like you may have something to add, so come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. We have a housekeeping matter. South Delta Water Agency served what appear to be new exhibits yesterday. I honestly can't understand what they are, what they're being served for. To the extent they're being served as new exhibits to support the testimony, we object to them as surprise testimony. They're well after any submission deadline.
Yes, I think I saw exhibit SDWA 19 be served yesterday. Where is Mr. Rees?
Good morning. Yes, the only document that was uploaded was STWA 19, which was the exhibit that Mr. Wilson had inadvertently omitted from uploading previously. And so that's what was uploaded.
Well, okay. I mean, I think it's a little bit too late to be adding that exhibit to the record, Mr. Rees. That was the subject of an objection that I overruled, and frankly would have given some grace to you given your vacation schedule and the other hearings you're involved in on behalf of these clients. But that grace ended when Mr. Wilson came up on cross.
No, I understand that. It was uploaded in the abundance of caution, while I was still determining what, or if anything, I was going to try to do about it. So I don't plan on trying to introduce it or call it up or anything of that nature.
Okay, very good.
I won't be asking to authenticate it, have them testify about it, or try to move it in.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Rees. Any other housekeeping matters we need to address before we get back to Mr. Burke's cross-examination by DWR?
I would just say briefly here, officer, that when we get to, I know that there's still some redirect left, some cross-examination left, but I anticipate, unless something changes dramatically, very short redirect.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Rees. So Mr. Schutz may be on sooner than expected. And our court reporter has raised her hand.
Just need to announce my appearance, Tekla Clay, CSR 13125.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. All right. With that, I would there's Mr. Burke there. All right, Mr. Burke, are you and Mr. Soderlund, are you ready to proceed?
I am, thank you.
And Mr. Burke, come off mute, please.
There we go.
Very good. And I will just remind you, Mr. Burke, of the oath that you took on Tuesday, and you remain under that oath. And with that, Mr. Soderlund, the floor is yours for cross-examination.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Burke.
Good morning.
So the rest of the cross-examination I'd like to focus on figure 1 of your testimony, South Delta Water Agency 020. If we could bring that up, Ms. Mullen, and go to page 3. We could scroll down to the bottom of that page and really focus in on figure 1, please. Mr. Burke, would you consider yourself an expert in sedimentation and channel bathymetry?
I wouldn't necessarily consider myself an expert in sedimentation, although I've done sedimentation studies and I've looked at the results of sedimentation in a lot of different rivers.
And are you an expert on how channel bathymetry changes over time?
Hard to say what would determine me to be an expert, but I'm familiar with the geomorphic processes that change channel bathymetry over time.
And are you an expert or very familiar with how channel bathymetry is measured and in what units?
Yes, I am.
And based off your experience, would you be able to tell if a chart or a figure have potentially a mistake based off of just a general impression of its results?
No, I think in order to determine whether or not there was a mistake, you'd have to go back to the raw bathymetric data to review the data that's there.
Could you briefly describe how you developed figure 1?
Okay, figure one was developed with several different things. It's an aggregation of several different analyses. The first would be the bathymetric analysis, and that is represented by the green and the red lines on the plot. And those are what's called centerline profiles. And that is the centerline elevation of the old river from Clifton Court Forebay on up to the confluence with the San Joaquin River. And it's just a measurement of the elevation of the channel along the center line as you move through the channel from the downstream to upstream direction. We did that over looking at two different sets of bathymetry, one that was collected in the 2017 and 2018 period, and another one that was collected more recently in 2023. And we plotted up that centerline profile, which is just like a slice going through the center of the river, so you can see what the center of the river looked like or see what the elevation of the center of the river looked like under both of those time scenarios. And on top of that, we plotted up the regulatory water level of concern that was listed in the water level response plan. And that's that dashed line that you see there in blue that's on the plot. And the water level response plan identified a level of concern which was set at 0.0 mean sea level.
Mr. Burke, one second. Mr. Becerra.
Yeah, I'm just going to restate for the record my objection to all of this testimony. This material was not adequately disclosed as part of in Mr. Burke's exhibits. We
Yeah,
have
your objection's preserved for the record, and we'll
Thank
we'll deal with it on the back end.
It was a good break though, because I think I'd like to focus on the bathymetry data and not the top level. And I think we heard that. But now I got distracted as far as what my next question was. And so you referred to the 2023. Oh, the question. Is there anything in your testimony or in the data you provided that stated explicitly that the profile you chose was the center line of the channel?
I believe in my write-up, I identified it as the center line of the channel.
Could you show me where that is?
I would have to look through my write-up to see where that might be.
Yeah, please do. Ah, I see it actually. It's at the top of the figure, center line.
And also
Is
on
there-
page 3, line 5 and 6, describe it as well.
Great. Are you familiar with the term thalweg?
Yes, I am.
Could you please describe what that term means?
The thalweg is usually determined as the lowest point of the channel. And sometimes it's along the center line, sometimes it's not. But the thalweg tends to move as sediment it moves moving through the river. So it's not always going to be in the same location at the same time. That's why we often take the center line of the channel rather than the thalweg to compare different scenarios, because the thalweg is always moving from one location to another based on how sediment is moving over years.
So this chart or this figure does not represent the deepest part of the channel in Old River. Is that correct?
No, it may in certain cases with the thalweg coincides with the center line of the channel, and that happens quite often, but not necessarily on bends.
So this chart may actually, if you chose the thalweg, may show portions of the Old River deeper than what this chart represents, correct?
If you chose the thalweg, it probably would show some deeper sections than what we see here. But it wouldn't necessarily allow you to make an accurate comparison between different time scenarios.
If you look across,
Let me jump in. Just item of curiosity. How did you use the data that you relied on, Mr. Burke, to determine where the center line of the channel or channels were?
The center line was just a subjective estimate of where the center of the channel would be between the two banks. So it's midway between the banks. And so we digitized that center line off of an aerial photograph showing the channel along the length of its from between the Clifton Court Forebay and San Joaquin River, looking at where the banks are, trying to estimate the geometric center of the channel as it goes along through its length.
Okay, is it fair to say that you eyeballed the center line based on the aerial photographs?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice for determining the center line of a channel in your profession?
Yes, it is. There's no automated way that's reliable to be able to develop a center line without being able to just eyeball it. Basically,
Okay.
because the banks are always moving.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sutherland, back to you.
If someone was trying to reproduce this figure based on how you conducted it and developed the center line, is it possible to have differences between?
Yeah, I would almost guarantee that there'd be some differences because developing where that center line is a subjective process. But I wouldn't anticipate there being any significant differences in those two estimates.
If you would have chosen the Thalweg, would there have been any differences if someone else ran the same data and developed a profile line?
It would probably be.
I'm just going to object that it calls for speculation.
Overruled.
There is still a similar amount of objective estimate of where that Thalweg is. You can look at contours of the bottom, and so you could probably get a little closer. If someone were to follow the Thalweg, they might get a little closer to two different people estimating where that Thalweg was versus two different people estimating where the center line of the channel is. But you would develop a profile that wouldn't necessarily allow you to make a comparison to a different time period because the Thalweg is always moving.
If you look across the 100,000 feet of Old River represented here, is it fair to say that the channel silted up 5 to 10 plus feet across the channel over the last 5 years?
In some areas, that's the change that we saw in the difference in the two bathymetries.
Would you consider that normal based on your experience of a channel sedimenting that much or silting up that much?
No, I wouldn't consider that very normal. That's a sign of some change in hydrogeologic or hydrologic processes that are occurring within the system that's causing sediment to drop out of the water as it's coming down from the tributary channels coming into the South Delta.
Are you aware of what hydrologic changes that occurred that would have resulted in 10 plus feet of sedimentation over the last 5 years?
I know there have been some large storm events and there have been some dry years. There's also been development in the upper basin that can cause sediment to come into the channel. There's a lot of different processes that can drive this. There's the agricultural barriers that were put in place to try to raise water levels, which also slow down the water velocity, exacerbating the fall of sediment out of the water stream. There's a lot of different processes, and to understand it completely, you need to do a full sediment transport study of the South Delta, which hasn't been conducted. So we're not looking at necessarily the processes that drove this, but the results of long-term management options that are having an effect in this respect.
But in your opinion, you think that normal hydrologic processes that have occurred over the last 5 years and agricultural barriers caused 10 plus feet of sedimentation in certain parts of Old River?
It's what the data is showing us.
Speaking of the data, where did you obtain the data for specifically for the 2023?
That was DWR's data. They provided it to me.
And when you took that data, how did you, what, I don't know, what software did you use to develop this profile line?
They provided it to me in raster format that can be input into ArcGIS or another GIS program if you chose. We chose to use ArcGIS. We brought in the raster that was provided by DWR, and we used that as our base elevation coverage of the channel between Clifton Court and San Joaquin River.
So you used the ArcGIS software?
That's correct.
Do you know what units the 2023 data were measured in?
I believe all of that data is in feet NAVD, which is the North American Vertical Datum of 1988 that was developed by the USGS.
Did you confirm that?
Yes, we did, because we actually assisted DWR in collecting that data. That was a joint study between South Delta Water Agency and the Department of Water Resources. We had a surveying firm that worked with your DWR surveyors to where we did half of the surveying and you guys did half of the surveying. I know that they were using NAVD and you were using NAVD and the data sets matched up. So I feel fairly comfortable with that. Plus, almost all the data that DWR is using these days is NAVD 88.
Did you look?
If I can ask the witness to slow down just a bit, please.
Sorry, I know I tend to speak a little fast. I'll work on that.
Is it possible, Mr. Burke, for you to easily access the GIS files that you used for the 2023 profile line?
Yes, it is.
Could you check to see how the horizontal projection was measured and what units it was measured in? What
Me right
system?
now during the hearing?
If it's easy, I know this is difficult. Hearing Officer Bivens, without, I just feel like it's necessary to understand what that top line is and how it was measured. And I don't know how else to do it, but ask him to state.
That's fine. The top line meaning the low tide level line or the channel
No,
bottom 2023?
The 2023 channel bottom profile line.
Okay, then sorry, what was your question specifically, Mr. Soderlund?
I would like to know what the horizontal coordinate system was used, what horizontal coordinate system was used to develop the channel bottom for 2023, that data.
The horizontal coordinate system used to identify the channel bottom for 2023. So we're not just talking about the x-axis on this figure. We're talking about the coordinates of the channel itself.
I'm trying to get an understanding of what units that top line was measured in.
That seems like a fair question to me. So sorry, I've probably distracted the witness with the colloquy. Ask the question again, and then Mr. Burke, you can answer to the extent you're able. But I think it's a fair question.
Mr. Burke, could you confirm what units the horizontal coordinates were used to develop the channel profile for 2023?
Okay, so there's two different coordinate systems in play here, the vertical coordinate system and a horizontal coordinate system. The vertical coordinate system are what we see in the channel profile as plotted up in figure 1. A horizontal coordinate system is where it's spatially located on the plan view of the river. So you are interested in the horizontal coordinate system?
Correct.
Yeah, that would probably take me 15 or 20 minutes to determine what they presented me in. But there was a projection file that came with the data that showed what that projection was. Now we reprojected it, or maybe it was in the same projection, into the State Plane Coordinate System Zone 3, which covers San Joaquin County. That's the system that we used. And when we overlaid the data as we brought it into the GIS, it laid down perfectly on top of the aerial photograph that we have that I know is in State Plane Coordinate System Zone 3 in feet. Now I could pull up a map showing you how well your data or the DWR's data fit on that map.
I'm sorry, Mr. Berg. I don't need all that. I need to know what the unit was measured in. And I could ask you, would it surprise you if it was measured in UTM?
Not at all.
And do you know whether UTM is metric or is it measured in feet?
Typically it's metric and measured in meters.
And when you apply, in your experience, when you okay, this is beyond my level of expertise, so I may not say it correctly, but when you incorporate or move a UTM coordinate system into a software system like ArcGIS, does that horizontal plane or coordinate system automatically convert from meters to feet?
If you ask it to, which we did, and so it did convert.
So you did convert the horizontal coordinate system from meters to feet, correct?
I didn't look at what coordinate system was provided in. There was metadata in the file that came with the DWR data that had that coordinate system built in. But when we imported it into ArcGIS, we told it to project on the state plane coordinate system zone 3. And when it brought it in, it reprojected that. And when we laid it down on top of an aerial photograph, it lined up perfectly.
If a horizontal coordinate system is measured in the metric system or meters, is it also standard practice that the vertical datum would also be measured in meters?
No, not necessarily. A lot of times you'll use metric in the UTM because the way the coordinate systems are set up, UTM covers a much larger section of the state. So it allows you to have data that covers larger areas, but that's only for the spatial distribution of that data. Vertically, you can use meters or you can use feet.
Is there anything in the data you provided for the units of the vertical datum that demonstrate what units it's measured in, or whether it's measured in meters or feet?
I would have to check to see if there was a projection associated with that data set, and I believe there is. If you look at the data set, there is a file called TIFF, and that's the actual raster image that contains the actual data points on the channel. Then there's also a set of projection files that are associated with that TIFF with the same name, but a different extension. And so those files will give you the projection of that system horizontally and vertically.
Could you point to those GIS files that state whether that vertical datum is in feet or meters? Could you point to that or show me where that might be?
I can pull up that data set, and if I can get the screen, if I can use the screen for a minute, I can show you those files. Is that acceptable?
I don't know.
We're not gonna. Actually, so wait, Mr. Burke, you want to walk us through the files that you submitted?
Sure, I can do that.
So that would be Mr. Becerra.
Yeah, I'm going to object. We've completed our cross-examination. We had no ability to conduct a cross-examination based on the basis of how Mr. Burke conducted his analysis. He should not be giving a lengthy explanation of how he did his analysis on the fly during the hearing after we've completed our cross-examination. So I object to him doing that.
I can move on. I'm
Okay.
still struggling with
All right, hang on.
sorry.
You're gonna no, and that's for Mr. Reese too. So
Sure.
since Mr. Soderlund is prepared to move on and not do that, then that deals with Mr. Becerra's objection. And unless Mr. Reese, you have something unrelated to say, I'll let Mr. Soderlund move on.
No, I was just going to say he's trying to answer the questions Mr. Soderlund's asking. So if he's going to move on, then it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, great, Mr. Soderlund.
In focusing on the profile lines in figure 1, would it be fair to characterize the change in channel bathymetry between 2018 and 2023 as a reduction by a factor of 3?
I would say that may be in certain areas, not consistently over the length of the channel.
And where would that not be consistent?
Well, if you look at station, looks like about, let me look at my version, easier to read. Around 50,000 feet to 60,000 feet, you just see a couple feet. That reduction there is going to be different than the reduction you see at around 90,000, station 90,000 feet. As you see, there's a much bigger reduction there. It varies from location to location throughout the channel.
But generally, do you consider the highs and lows to follow? Are the highs and lows across the channel bottom between 2018 and 2023 generally follow the same highs and lows?
The same highs and lows of what?
Follow the same pattern of highs and lows.
I'm not sure what that pattern is that you're referring to.
Well, let's take to the left of the graph. If you see, it starts as a low, a dip,
Yes.
in the graph, and then as you move to the right, both in 2023 and then 2018 and 2023, it goes up, both the bottom and the top line,
I see that.
and then it generally goes down and then up and then down. And my question is do those lines and the general dips and increases in channel bathymetry, do they generally follow the same pattern between 2018 and 2023?
On a large scale, if you look at, 3 or 4,000 foot intervals, yeah, I believe that they were showing a trend in the same direction.
Did you ever try to convert the vertical datum for 2023 from meters to feet?
No, I haven't.
If we could bring up, I sent a couple documents. One was called Old River Bathymetry. I think it's a Word document. This is going to be difficult, but I'd like to try to bring it up.
All right. Did you happen to number that cross-examination exhibit, Mr. Sutherland?
I didn't number it. I think it would be DWR 006 is the
Okay.
next line.
My team is working on it. And so is this exhibit DWR 006, Mr. Sutherland?
It is.
Great.
And Mr. Burke, I know that you've not seen this before, but generally, does this accurately reflect the Old River in the South Delta from your experience?
That green line, which transitions to a black line, then a red line, and back to a black line again. Yes, it does.
And so if someone was going to use the data that you provided, could they take certain sections of the data that you provided for the horizontal and the vertical datum and develop charts or figures similar to what you provided in figure 1?
Yes, they could.
And do you see those two segments in the black where
Yeah.
it says profile Old River west of Tracy and profile Old River west of Middle River?
I do.
And can we scroll down to the next page, please? And do you see this figure where it says Old River west of Tracy Boulevard?
I see that.
And do you see the two lines that show channel bathymetry? The one where it says, I don't know how to pronounce it, Cinquini 2023,
I do.
in original vertical units. And then you see the bottom line where it says NRCO 2018, or actually Cinquini 2023 vertical unit. Oh no, actually it's the NCRO 2018 vertical units in feet.
I see that.
Does this appear to be a fair representation of the data that you presented between the 2018 channel bottom and the 2023 channel bottom, based off your just initial impression?
I couldn't say. I'd have to see the data that went into this particular plot and how it was developed.
But generally, it matches what figure 1 states, where the 2023 channel bottom is significantly, if not 3 times shallower than the 2018 channel bottom. Is that correct?
I see there's a difference, and that difference varies across the profile you have here. So I wouldn't necessarily call that a unit difference between meters and feet, because if that were the case, then it would be a fixed difference all the way across consistently. What I see is a difference in elevation between the 2 lines you've drawn here, but it's not a consistent change.
And do you see that the dashed line with the title Cinquini 2023, where it says vertical units in feet?
I see that.
Would you understand that, at least from this chart, what it's stating is that the 2023 original vertical units was multiplied by a factor of just a little bit over 3, with the difference between a foot and a meter?
I couldn't say that's what occurred there, because the differences I'm seeing change so much that it looks like it's not a difference between feet and meters. There's something else going on here. If there was a difference between feet and meters, you'd see a consistent change all the way across from left to right. The fact that we're seeing some places where the 2 lines are close, some places where the 2 lines are far away, tells me that there's something else happening here other than just a units change.
Well, that's a good point. Could sedimentation have occurred over the last 5 years?
I would say that we've been seeing sedimentation over the years.
And could that sedimentation account for the differences between the 2 bottom lines?
It could.
In your experience, would those differences that are represented in these 2 figures be a more reasonable result of 5 years of sedimentation?
Not necessarily. I'd have to see the data that was used to develop these figures to see whether or not it's realistic or not. And whether this is centerline profile, whether this is Thalweg, how they got this. There's a lot more data that you would need to evaluate to determine whether or not this is a reasonable representation of the change.
So I guess I'll have to go back. Can I step back, Officer Bivens? I don't want to have to provide testimony with regard to this figure. I am trying to figure out, like, how to, I guess I think I'd have to go back, and maybe we could take a break or whatever, but I would like Mr. Burke to confirm that the 2023 data, vertical data, were measured in feet, and to show exactly where that occurs, or where that confirmation, or where that data is demonstrated to be in feet.
Okay, well, let's see. I think you've been trying to do that orally. Let me just see if I can figure out how to get at this. So Mr. Burke, if I want to go look at the data you provided in folder, it's not really an exhibit, but it's a folder, SDWA 23, and determine whether it's in feet or meters, how would I do that?
We'd have to look at the projection data that's with that data. But I should also state that this data was provided to me by DWR. So this is DWR's data. They should be familiar with the units that they used with the data that they provided me.
No. But Mr. Burke, you used it. So in my opinion, you should also be familiar with the data that you used. So was it in feet or was it in meters?
It was in feet NAVD is my understanding of the data provided to us.
Okay, and if I wanted to cross-check your testimony based on the data you provided, how would I do that?
We'd have to look at the projection data that's associated with the files that are provided in SDWA 023.
Okay, how do I look at the projection data that's provided with the files in SDWA?
I've never actually opened the projection data. It might be in a text format that we can readily read, or it may be something that's interpreted by the GIS program as it pulls that data into the system.
Okay, Mr. Soderlund, I think I've heard enough on this point.
I think with that,
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
You're welcome.
I'm finished with my cross-examination.
Very good. Thank you,
That took
Mr.
30 minutes.
Pretty good. Yeah, I think 33. Nice work. All right, Ms. Mandel-Rice, do you have cross-examination for Mr. Burke?
I have a few, and hopefully they're a bit more basic than Mr. Soderlund's questions. Hello, Mr. Burke. My name is Jenna Mandel-Rice. I represent the state water contractors. Hopefully this will go fairly quickly this morning.
Good morning.
In paragraph 7, you state that the water levels in the South Delta have been found to be too low to allow for irrigation diversions by local farmers. You do not identify local farmers that you were discussing in that sentence, correct?
No, I didn't identify any farmers at that point.
What are you referring to?
Primarily the farmers I've talked to and heard about on Middle River were on occasion that water levels dropped so low that you can actually walk across the channel. They were forced to stop irrigating. And also farmers along Tom Paine Slough, which draw in water from Sugar Cut, where now they're at the point of delivering less than 50% of the water required for irrigation because they're not getting enough water in through the Tom Paine Slough control structure.
What are the names of those individuals?
I don't have their names. I just know they're farmers that work under the auspices of the Pescadero Irrigation District.
Did you speak with them directly?
No, I didn't.
Do you know the specific locations of their diversion works?
I know that they're along the Tom Paine Slough downstream of or upstream of the Tom Paine Slough control structure. I think there's 7 irrigation diversion points. And then there's irrigation diversion points in the lower Middle River that ran dry when the river ran dry a while back.
But you can't specifically identify the locations of each of those.
No, I couldn't tell you on a map exactly which locations went dry at any particular time. Although I know that the Pescadero Irrigation District has reduced irrigation discharges to all of the intakes along Tom Paine Slough because they can't get enough water in through the control structure. But I don't know
Move to
exactly
strike
which
this as
farmers at this time.
non-responsive.
Just responding to their question.
Yeah,
The question was very simple, whether he can identify the location of them, and this has far exceeded the scope of the question that was asked.
Okay, I think that's fair. That did go quite a bit beyond the scope of the question. So, sustained.
And do you know the specific location of each of those diversion works as compared to the level of the low tide line?
I'm just going to object as vague and ambiguous of what diversion works.
I guess that's fair. He doesn't know the location of them. I will withdraw my question. Okay. You also state in this paragraph that DWR has not responded to requests for relief as specified in the water level response plans. Did you personally contact the Department of Water Resources?
Yes, I did.
And you personally made one of those requests?
Yes, I did.
And have you included any testimony or any written documentation of those requests in your testimony?
No, I haven't. I didn't address DWR in an official capacity, just asked them if they were willing to go ahead and add pumps as they have in the past to facilitate the lower water conditions. And I was told, no, they're no longer going to do that.
When did you make those requests?
This was probably about a year ago.
You later state in the same paragraph that the inability to divert from a channel can impede crop production. You are not an agronomist, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't presented any analysis of the impact of this on crop production, is that correct?
And no, I haven't.
I just want to ask a little bit about the DSM-2 modeling that you conducted on salinity, which I guess would be discussed in paragraph 9 of your testimony. You don't, in your own testimony, you don't explain how the modeling, how the modeling was performed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by perform.
Well, you don't, I don't necessarily think you explain the modeling exercise that you did in your own testimony. Is that correct?
I think I explained that we removed the Yuba diversions from the export data from the model to evaluate how the removal of those diversions would change the flow and water quality in the channel.
And did you, I believe you modeled years 2020 and 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those are the graphics that have been presented in your testimony, correct?
Yes, the model period that we modeled actually covered a larger time period, but we only pulled out those two areas that we had data for the Yuba diversions.
And so did you model any other years other than 2020 and 2021?
We modeled years, I think 2 years prior to that, just so we could spin the model up so that the model is running in a balanced condition prior to removal of the Yuba exports from the exports at South Delta.
But you haven't presented that data in your written testimony.
No, that data, there was no change in that data because that didn't reflect the Yuba diversions. Only the 2020 and the 2021 periods showed any change. So those are the only periods we extracted the diversions from the South Delta exports.
So in the years prior, you didn't see any change between the Yuba diversion scenario and the with and without Yuba diversion scenarios.
We didn't analyze the prior years for diversions. We just selected 2020 and 2021 to evaluate.
And so you didn't do any analysis of any other years other than 2020 and 2021, where you did a with Yuba and a without Yuba diversion comparison.
No, we didn't.
Why did you select years 2020 and 2021?
I'd have to refer to Greg Wilson on that. We were working together and he's more familiar with the Yuba rediversions.
I will get to Mr. Wilson later, but I have not integrated my questions as well as Mr. Becerra did. So I will come back to you, Mr. Wilson.
Well, right, let's just ask Mr. Wilson now, because now I'm curious. So, Mr. Wilson, why did you select years 20 and 2021 to conduct this with diversion and without diversion analysis?
The reason I selected 2020 and 2021, the previous period where there was significant diversions was 2013 through 2016, and that time period in the past, the projects are operating under slightly different requirements than they are now presently, and so I felt the 2020 and 2021 transfer seasons were the best representation of going forward what might happen during future dry years with the same transfer mechanisms, as far as they're extending the transfer to keep it the same. That would be a good forecasting or foreshadowing of what might happen if those conditions reoccur. I felt like the 2014, 2015 time period was farther back and there are different pumping restrictions and such, so that might not be as accurate or useful. I don't think accurate is the term, might not be as useful.
Okay, the difference between the operating criteria is between 2013 through 2016 and the 2020 through 2021 period that you selected for analysis. Those differences primarily driven by the biological opinion that was or biological opinions that were in effect at the time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Ms. Mandel-Rice.
I'll just ask Mr. Wilson a follow-up question here. You said that these indicate, you selected these because they represented what would occur during dry conditions. Would you expect the analysis to be different if you looked at years where it was not dry conditions?
Typically, in years where it's not dry conditions, there isn't a lot of water transferred. And so there isn't capacity to transfer the water. And so if you look at years like 2017 and 2019, there's no transfer. I could have used 2018, I suppose, but I felt like the 2020 through 21 period was more recent. And then I'll also add that the version of DSM-2 that we used did not extend through 2022. Otherwise, we would have used 2022 as well.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Burke. On page 6, lines 9 through 10 of your testimony, you state that the result of my analysis showed that during these rediversions, there were periods of increased salinity and periods of reduced salinity. If salinity is sometimes increasing during rediversions and sometimes decreasing during periods of rediversion, does that indicate to you that Yuba rediversions alone do not control whether the salinity is increasing or decreasing?
It's hard to say. There are a lot of factors involved, but it shows that there's not a strong relationship between Yuba rediversions and the salinity level.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Wilson, I'm just going to make sure I don't have any questions that we missed. Nope, I think I will just stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel-Rice. Okay, Mr. Wilson, just a quick question for you. A version of this was already asked of Mr. Burke, I think, but are there any specific water users that you think are potentially harmed by exceedances of the salinity standards at Old?
I believe it's my opinion that the salinity objective at Old is representative of the salinity in the area. And so any diverters in the vicinity of that may be impacted. I don't have specific information on the location of any specific diversions.
Okay, thank you. And if I wanted to determine, based on the evidence that the Delta parties have put into the record, which diverters are, as you put it, in the vicinity of the old station, how would I do that?
Well, I would consider either looking at the RIMS database that the division maintains as far as the diversion point locations. And also I understand that the in-delta diverters have in the last few years have more stringent reporting requirements, and so there may be data that it as a result of that shows the location of diversion.
And then, assuming I could figure out how to use the RIMS database to figure out the locations of all those diversions, which I suspect the engineers on my team might be able to do. What's what's the criteria for determining whether a particular diversion is in the vicinity of the old station that we should use?
For that, I would start just looking in terms of between the export pumps, and I know on the old station on Old River, I definitely look at that reach. And I'd also look at the reach beyond the station down to, again, I understand you're looking for a specific location, and I think that going east, I would start out looking about halfway down the channel to the next monitoring location. So, but I understand the difficulty in identifying the vicinity of old, and also point out that there's an ongoing monitoring special studies that is working on more fully characterizing the salinity in this area, and it's been underway for 6 years. So hopefully the result of that detailed analysis can show where the exact vicinity is, but that's just to bring out the point that it's not well understood at this time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Ruiz, you are up for redirect.
Okay, thank you. You're going to be, well, I think pleasantly surprised that it looks like I have one question. And this is to Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, yesterday and during cross-examination, do you remember being asked some questions about Water Rights Order 89-9?
Yes.
And do you recall that there was some highlighted testimony or highlighted language in that order to the effect that it is unlikely that it appears unlikely that Sacramento flow would reach the South Delta under natural conditions. Do you recall that highlighted language?
Yes.
And do you agree with that?
No.
And why?
Well, as I stated in my rebuttal testimony, the inflow from the San Joaquin River can get as low as 500 CFS. The consumptive use just within the delta and delta channels is significantly higher than that, and the channels don't run dry in the summer, so there must be water from somewhere, and some of that water would be from the Sacramento River as it's sloshed around and mixed up in the western delta.
Wait,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mazzara, go ahead.
yeah, I'm going to move to strike that answer. It's not supported by any data. It's a pure opinion.
And
Go, Mr. Reed, go ahead and respond.
Yes, it is his opinion. It's reflected in his rebuttal testimony. He's entitled to his opinion, and he's provided his opinion.
Yeah, I'll overrule the motion to strike. Does that conclude your redirect, Mr.
It
Reed?
does. It does.
Very good. Mr. Mazzara, do you have any recross within the scope of that redirect?
Yeah, can I take a couple minutes? I have a question about Order 89.
Yeah, this is a good time for a facilities break anyway. So we'll take a break and come back at 10:05. All right, Ms. Clay Pratt, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Burke, are you ready to come back on screen for another few questions for Mr. Becerra?
Yes, I am, but for some reason my video says you cannot start your video because it's disabled by the host.
We should fix that.
My only question on redirect was to Mr. Wilson anyway, so he's probably safe.
Yes, that is true. Thank you for reminding me. Mr. Becerra remembered.
Yeah, I'll confirm. I don't have any questions for Mr. Burke.
Good. You couldn't ask him if you did. All right, Mr. Becerra, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 800? And Mr. Wilson, this is the state board 1989 state board order about which you just testified, correct?
Yes.
And do you see that this order concerned protests by South Delta Water Agency?
Yes.
Are you presenting here today on behalf of South Delta Water Agency?
As one of the parties, yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 38? Which is document page 36. Mr. Wilson, do you see the sentence 3 lines down that starts with, "We call attention to section 745"?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that section of the state board's regulations?
Yes.
Okay. Can I call your attention down several lines? There's a line that starts with, "Hearing is unnecessary and unreasonable."
I think I saw, yes, evidentiary hearings and
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down a little more? And Mr. Wilson, do you see the sentence that starts protestants allege that hundreds of water rights are being exercised in their area?
yes.
And are you similarly alleging that hundreds of water rights are being exercised in the area of South Delta Water Agency?
I'm just going to object. It's outside of the scope of the limited redirect.
I think I agree, Mr. Becerra. You can cite to this order in your closing brief.
Okay. Thank you. Well, one more question. Mr. Wilson, you have, if I might, Mr. Wilson, you have identified no specific diverters within South Delta Water Agency who you claim would be injured by Yuba's transfers, correct?
Same objection. It's outside of the scope of my redirect.
I agree. Mr. Becerra, if you want to ask him about the natural flow issue, go to town, but otherwise we're done.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Burke, for spending a couple days with us. I appreciate your time and testimony.
Oh, no problem. Hopefully we've helped.
With that, you are both excused. And we will turn to Mr. Schutz. Mr. Schutz, are you ready to provide a summary of your direct rebuttal testimony?
I am, and I believe Ms. Mertz will be introducing me.
Very good. We will re-administer the oath, and then Ms. Mertz, your show. So Mr. Schutz, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Ms. Mertz, please, in introducing Mr. Schutz, ask him to affirm that his written testimony is true and correct and refer to the exhibit number of that witness.
Thank you.
Exhibit number of that testimony, excuse me.
Mr. Schutz, please state your name for the record.
Christopher Robert Schutz.
Do you understand that you're under oath?
I do.
Is Exhibit C-SPA 20 an accurate statement of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare that testimony?
I did.
Is Exhibit C Spot 21 a true and correct copy of the exhibit cited in your testimony and relied upon by your testimony?
It is.
Is Exhibit C Spot 22 an accurate PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
It is.
And did you prepare that summary?
I did.
Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up C Spot 22? And Mr. Schutz, please summarize your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Hearing Officer Bivens and participants in this hearing. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and I'm presenting some rebuttal testimony here today. Please go to the next slide, Ms. Mullen. The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to rebut two statements by Yuba Water Agency witness Mr. Stephen Grinnell. The first is an exhibit Yuba Water 202 that says HRL flows right on top of Accord flows in April through June. And the second statement is Yuba Water's HRL proposal will implement a new operation of the YRDP to provide up to 50,000 acre feet per year of water in April through June of above normal, below normal, and dry water years as measured at the Marysville gauge. And that's from exhibit Yuba Water 200, excuse me. Next slide, please. The Yuba River HRL proposal has two components, component A and component B. I defined those in my testimony. Component A flows are HRL flows that would be in the Yuba, that would be Yuba Accord flows that Yuba Water Agency already releases, but that it cannot, for some reason or another, account as transfer water, either because Yuba Water, DWR is not able to back up that water into storage at Oroville, or alternatively, that DWR is not able to export that water. Component A water does not ride on top of Yuba Accord flows. Component A water is part of existing Yuba Accord flows that it is accounted for differently under the HRL for the Yuba River as proposed. Next slide. The Yuba River component B flows are an up to amount of volume of water, and they're subject, in my view, to accounting reductions. It relies on the forecasted end of September storage in New Bullards Bar Reservoir. It creates a target volume as set by Yuba Water Agency. It is subject to later reductions or concurrent reductions in accounting to account for component A water and to account for over release of water, if any, in part that may be accounted for by component A water. After the fact accounting offers the opportunity to eliminate over releases and buffers. Next slide, please. In summary, the Yuba Accord Water Transfer Program is the foundation of the accounting for the Yuba River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes accounting. It allows counting existing flow as HRL flow. It allows a reduced target volume of Yuba River HRL flow based on what we've called component A flow. And it allows after the fact true up that could reduce HRL flow accounting in future years. Next slide, please. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Before we take this down, Ms. Mullen, can we go back 2 slides? There's one issue I want to make sure I understand. One more, please. There we go. Thank you. So, Mr. Schutz, when you say that these component B flows are subject to later reductions in accounting to account for over release, what does that mean in practical terms?
The HRL program for the Yuba River has a reporting requirement in March of the subsequent year that requires Yuba Water Agency to account for the water it released under the HRL flows. And it can at that time provide how much component A water there was and how much component B water there was. This, in my view, is similar to the kind of true-up that we looked at with Mr. Grinnell in Yuba Water Exhibit 220, the retrospective accounting at the end of the year for the Yuba Accord transfers. It's my view that in the subsequent year, Yuba Water could alter the target for the for new Bullard's bar storage to reflect water that it had over-released in the previous year.
Okay, so if I'm understanding your opinion correctly, if Yuba Water, say, over-releases water in 2026, your opinion is that in 2027 it might change its storage target or its operations to make up for that over-release.
It could do that, and as I read it, there's nothing that precludes that in the HRL accounting proposal as proposed.
Okay, and then I guess just a more fundamental question. I mean, we'll just assume for the purposes of this question that you're absolutely right in your characterization of the HRL proposal, and I'm not suggesting, Mr. Becerra, that he is, but just for the purposes of this question, we'll assume that you're exactly right. Obviously, I'm not going to be writing a proposed order on the HRL program that's in a whole different world of the State Water Board. What do you want the State Water Board to do about this issue, if anything, in connection with this transfer petition?
I want the State Water Board to understand that the entire construct that it may approve for the Yuba Accord water transfer program is also is being built on in order to for Yuba Water Agency to put forward its Yuba HRL proposal, and that sort of once you have something in place, then the entities will build on whatever that system is, in this case, the accounting system, in order to do other things. And so part of the overall public interest in understanding and issuing an order on the accounting is to understand what other ramifications it may have, even though in your order, as you put it forward, you may not be able to specifically modify or change what's being proposed under the HRL program.
Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Becerra, do you have cross-examination questions for Mr. Schutz?
I do. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Schutz.
Good morning, Mr. Becerra.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Mr. Schutz rebuttal testimony, Exhibit C, Spot 20? And can we please go to the top of page 3? Okay. Mr. Schutz, do you see on lines 2 through 3, you state the water transfer program would enable YCWA to reduce the actual water amount of new water it would have to release to meet its HRL obligations?
I do.
And by water transfer program, you mean the Yuba Accord transfer program that's proposed for extension here?
I do.
And HRL means Yuba Water's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, is that right?
Otherwise known as the voluntary agreement for the Yuba River, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to paragraph 7? And Mr. Schutz, in this paragraph, you refer to an Appendix B to a July 2025 State Board document, is that right?
Correct.
What is that Appendix B?
I if you look at the cover page of Appendix B, and let me just grab it,
And if
or
if
the
helpful, we
second
can.
page, it is the voluntary agreements accounting protocols.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your testimony of let me go back. Is it fair to say that your understanding of Yuba's HRL proposal and its flow accounting is based on that Appendix B1?
It's based on that and what I understood or recalled to have read before. But I looked at that as the most recent expression of how the Water Board interprets what the HRL for the Yuba River would look like.
And you cite to that Appendix B1 as characterizing Yuba's HRL proposal throughout your testimony. Is that right?
Would you repeat the question?
Sure. You cite to that Appendix B1 as characterizing Yuba's HRL proposal consistently throughout your testimony, correct?
I don't know that I distinguish between the Water Board's characterization and Yuba's proposal.
Okay, Mr. Schutz, do you see paragraph 8 currently on the page?
Yes,
You rely on that Appendix B1 to characterize Yuba's HRL proposal in paragraph 8, correct?
I do.
Now, Ms. Mon, can we please scroll down to the next page? And Mr. Schutz, do you see paragraph 9?
I do.
In that paragraph, do you rely on that Appendix B1 to characterize Yuba's HRL proposal?
Again, I'm not sure that I'm characterizing Yuba River's HRL proposal or what the Water Board characterizes as HRL proposal.
So do you not know whether or not Appendix B1 actually characterizes Yuba's proposal accurately?
To my understanding, it does.
And in paragraph 10, you rely on that B1 to characterize Yuba's HRL proposal, correct?
Repeat the question again, please.
Sure. In paragraph 10, you rely on Appendix B1 to characterize Yuba's HRL proposal, correct?
I cite to how the Water Board characterized, or Water Board staff characterized Yuba's proposal, I believe.
Okay, can we please pull up Exhibit C-Spot 21, Ms. Mullen? And Mr. Schutz, is this the document you rely on as including that Appendix B1?
Yes. If you scroll down to the next page.
You're ahead of me. I was just going to do that. Thank you.
Yes, that's the document.
Okay. And Mr. Schutz, do you see the italicized paragraph immediately after heading B.1.1?
Yes,
And it states that State Water Board staff prepared this document, correct?
yes,
Yuba County Water Agency did not prepare this document, correct?
that's correct.
Ms. Mon, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 804? Mr. Schutz, have you seen this document?
I have.
And it's a notice by the state board concerning opportunity for comment on its draft of revised Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that would include the Appendix B1 on which you've relied. Do you understand that?
Yes, it would.
Ms. Mon, can we please go to page 5? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's right. Mr. Sheets, do you see that the water board issued this document on August 15th of 2025?
Yes.
Ms. Mon, can we please go to page 3 and the heading written public comments? Mr. Sheets, do you see that the comment period set by the water board extends to September 29th, 2025?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I do.
Is it possible that Yuba County Water Agency may comment that Appendix B1 mischaracterizes its HRL proposal?
Objection,
Awesome.
speculation.
Sustained.
Mr. Schutz, do you have any idea whether Yuba County Water Agency considers Appendix B1 to accurately characterize its HRL proposal?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 805? And can we just please scroll down to the bottom so Mr. Schutz can see what this is? And I'll represent this as a PDF copy of a web page. I can drop the URL into the chat if necessary. Mr. Schutz, have you ever reviewed this web page?
Could you go to the top again, please? I have.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down so we can see the, there you go, the little bit further so we can see the resources box, the tan box on the right. Mr. Schutz, do you see that there's a link on this page to the quote global agreement?
I do.
Have you ever reviewed the global agreement for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program?
I have.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 806? And Mr. Schutz, do you see that this first page is the first page of the global agreement for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program?
I do.
And I'll represent that this document is excerpts of that global agreement. And again, I can provide the URL for the whole thing if necessary. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page? Mr. Schutz, you see this is the first page of the implementation agreement for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program in the Yuba River.
I do.
Have you ever reviewed this document?
I have.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 11? And Mr. Schutz, do you see this as Appendix 1 to the Yuba River HRL implementation agreement?
I see that.
Have you ever reviewed this appendix?
I have.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the bottom so we can see all of section 1.4, which continues to the next page? Mr. Schutz, you see this section 1.4 references Appendix 2 as stating the accounting rules for Yuba's HRL proposal?
Give me a minute to review the section, please.
Of course.
Okay. I've seen it.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, can we please go to PDF page 13? And Mr. Schutz, do you see this as Appendix 2 to the implementation agreement for the Yuba HRL proposal?
I see that.
Do you see the highlighted text?
I do.
And these are the components A and B you referenced, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down further? Mr. Schutz, do you see the highlighted text in the second paragraph on this?
I do. I'd like a minute to review it, please.
Sure.
I see it.
Is it fair to characterize this accounting principles as stating that Yuba's HRL proposal is intended to identify additional delta outflow that the proposal would produce?
That's a fair characterization.
In your own words, and you may have covered this in your summary, what is your understanding of component A of Yuba's HRL proposal?
My understanding of Yuba's component A in its HRL proposal is that there is some water released under that is already released and passes by Marysville, and that the water that is under component A is not additional water that would be passing by Marysville, is additional water that it's additional only in the sense that it is water that Yuba Water cannot account for as transfer water or as water backed up into storage at Oroville Reservoir. And we saw, and I believe I referred to it in my testimony, a table that shows water in each year for the history of, I believe, through 2022 of the Yuba Accord water transfer program, where for some reason Yuba Water was not able to count water as transfer water that it released under its minimum in-stream flow requirements for the Yuba Accord. And it was not able to back up that water into Oroville. And so Yuba Water characterized that as environmental water. It's water that Yuba said went downstream.
And
the component A, if I could continue, you asked me my summary. The component A water would be recharacterized as HRL water, and there would need to be some kind of assurance that that water was not rediverted between Marysville and basically delta outflow. That's my understanding of component A. It's not additional release from Bullards that passes Marysville. It's water that is not accounted for under the Yuba Accord Transfer Program that's already passing Marysville, and that for which there's some kind of mechanism which has to do with the accounting of the HRL program overall that prevents that water from being rediverted prior to it becoming delta outflow.
is it your understanding that Yuba's HRL proposal is intended to ensure that water becomes delta outflow?
That's my understanding.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Mr. Shute's original testimony in Exhibit C-SPA 1C? And can we please scroll to the bottom of PDF page 11 and go to paragraph 35? Mr. Schutz, your paragraph 35 here concerns water in the December through June period. Is that right?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that currently, unless DWR can back that water into Oroville, Yuba cannot transfer it?
Correct.
And as characterized in your paragraph 35 here, is it fair to say that your opinion is downstream diverters, downstream of the Yuba River, could divert that water under current circumstances?
It is, as I understand it, although I don't fully understand the mechanism by which, as it happens, DWR either backs up water into Oroville or it becomes abandoned water that others could divert.
So,
And how it would be protected sort of in the interim while DWR is figuring out whether it can actually back up the water.
so under current conditions, if DWR can't back that water up, anyone downstream can divert it as abandoned water. Is that right?
Subject to what I just said and the accounting for potential backing up of water into Oroville as it happens on a sort of week by week or real-time basis. But conceptually, yes, others could divert it.
Currently, there's no mechanism whatsoever to ensure that untransferable Accord water would reach Delta outflow, correct?
Except to the degree that there's some arrangement between DWR and Yuba Water to assure that DWR could potentially back up the water, but it doesn't know yet whether it can back up the water.
Do you understand that Yuba's proposal includes that untransferable water would be directed to Yuba? Bad question. Let me go back. Do you understand that Yuba's HRO proposal is that untransferable Accord water would be dedicated to Delta outflow?
Yes, I do, and I discuss that in my testimony and note that it would be water that was effectively contributed by downstream diverters and not by Yuba Water releasing additional water because the downstream diverters would be required to forbear diversion of that water.
Do you understand that it's Yuba's proposal that the currently untransferable component of Yuba's Accord releases would be dedicated to Delta outflow under Yuba's HRL proposal?
I do, but I think it's important to recall that under the export to inflow ratio, at least as far as DWR is concerned, it could only export a third of that.
Do you understand that it is Yuba's proposal that Yuba would cooperate with the State Water Board to ensure that its untransferable Accord flows would be dedicated to Delta outflow?
I understand that's the intent, yes.
Is it generally your opinion that Delta outflow should be increased to improve environmental conditions in the Delta?
Generally, sure.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to Yuba, Exhibit Yuba Water 806? And can we please scroll up? And Mr. Schutz, what is your understanding of component B of Yuba's HRL proposal?
My understanding of component B is that Yuba River would adjust its end of September storage target to be 600,000 acre feet as opposed to 650,000 acre feet, which is the end of September storage target specified for the Yuba Accord. And depending on, I would assume, some kind of modeling exercise where Yuba Water evaluated how much water it could release in the April through June period to achieve that 600,000 acre foot end of September storage target, it would sort of proactively add additional water to releases from New Bullards Bar Reservoir sometime between April and June in order to contribute to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes additional water concept.
Thank you. Do you believe it's possible for components A and B of Yuba's HRL proposal to overlap so that Yuba does not produce 50,000 acre feet under that proposal?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
Sure. Let me break it up. Components A and B are different operations of Yuba's facilities. Is that right?
That's correct. Or they would be.
They would. Those components A and B, do you believe it's possible for them to overlap so that they include the same water?
Yes.
Do you believe if there is that overlap, Yuba would not contribute 50,000 acre feet a year as stated in this highlighted text?
As stated in this highlighted text right here that we're looking at?
For simplicity, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat the question.
Sure. In your opinion, could components A and B of Yuba's HRL proposal overlap so that Yuba does not produce 50,000 acre feet of HRL water in a given year?
I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is that first, it's unknown at any given moment how much component A water there's going to be. And there would have to be some kind of, I guess, weekly calculation of how much of that there was. And Yuba would have to make adjustments to its end of September, to the water it was seeking to generate by its end of September storage target in order to more accurately try to achieve the aggregate 50,000 acre feet that it's promising as delta outflow.
But
the likelihood of there being less than 50,000 acre feet, I believe we heard from Mr. Grinnell on Tuesday, was when the storage target would be less, would not, when the storage in New Bullards Bar Reservoir would be dropping below the 600,000 acre feet, or this target in any case, or would be dropping below a point where Yuba could actually release something that would make it component A and component B add up to 50,000 acre feet. So I'm not sure it's the overlap that's a concern. I think after the fact, if there were over release, there would be an accounting in the following March, and I would expect Yuba to try to make adjustments for any over release that it made the previous year.
Any of that over release would be a post hoc accounting exercise, is that right?
Yes,
It would not affect the actual physical conditions in the delta in the preceding year, is that correct?
no, it would have to influence them in the subsequent year.
But you do believe components A and B could overlap, is that right?
I think it's hard to define at any given moment in April through June what's component A and what's component B, because you don't really know what component A is.
Okay. Ms. Muller, can we please scroll up to page 4 of this exhibit? And it's paragraph 3. Oh, I'm sorry. I got the document number. We need paragraph 3 in the PDF. I apologize. Could we please scroll down a little further? I thought I had a highlighted text here. I'll come back. Ms. Mon, can we please go to Mr. Schute's testimony in C-Spot 20 and page 4? And paragraph 10. Mr. Schutz, in this paragraph, you say you're rebutting Mr. Grinnell's testimony that HRL flows would float on top of, or ride on top of Yuba accord flows. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you referring only to component A, or are you referring to both component A and component B?
In that section, I'm referring to component A.
Component B would be a new storage release operation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a new storage operation would in fact ride on top of component A flows. Is that your understanding?
Yes. And I think that's pretty clear from the rest of the paragraph. The HRL component A flows telescope into the accord flows.
So you are not attempting to rebut a statement by Mr. Grinnell that the component B flows would ride on top of accord flows. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to page 5 and paragraph 17? Mr. Schutz, do you see in this paragraph you use the term double dip?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that Yuba Water uses the Yuba Accord flows to fulfill its in-stream flow requirements and to sell, and with that same volume of water, it sells that water. It serves two purposes.
Do you believe that's inappropriate in some way?
It is certainly unusual, if not unique, except perhaps for the state and federal water projects, which have additional responsibilities.
So you don't object to Yuba selling water after it has met minimum flow obligations?
I think that's the subject of this hearing and to the degree to which
that wasn't my question, Mr. Schutz. Do you object to Yuba selling water after it has met minimum flow obligations?
I think I object conceptually to Yuba Water using regulatory flow requirements selling water that it uses to meet regulatory flow requirements.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 501? And Mr. Schutz, do you see that this document or this page is the cover page of revised water right decision 1644?
I do.
Are you familiar with this decision?
I am.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page? And we're going to have to rotate this one. Do you see, Mr. Schutz, this is a figure from revised decision 1644?
I do.
If you need to take a second to look at it, no problem. But does this figure accurately depict in general the lower Yuba River?
In general, yes.
Do you see the figure depicts the Smartville USGS gauging station?
I do.
And do you see that that's immediately downstream of Englebright Reservoir?
It's a little farther than immediately, in my opinion, but it's upstream of Deer Creek and relatively close to Engelbart Reservoir.
Do you see the pump line canal on this figure?
The which canal?
The pump line
Pump line
canal?
canal. I do.
Do you know what that canal is?
I believe that canal conveys water to the Browns Valley Irrigation District.
Do you know whether Yuba Water sells water to the Browns Valley Irrigation District?
I believe it's one of Yuba Water's contractors.
And are you aware that Yuba has minimum flow obligations at the Smartville USGS gauging station?
I am. There's also minimum flow requirement at Marysville, and it sort of varies which one is controlling.
But you're aware that Yuba has minimum flow obligations at the Smartville gauge, correct?
I am aware of that.
Do you believe it's inappropriate for Yuba to sell water to its member unit Browns Valley Irrigation District downstream of the Smartville gauge?
No.
Do you see Daguerre Point Dam on this figure?
I do.
Do you see the North Canal and South Canal on this figure?
I do.
Do you know whether Yuba delivers water to its member units at Daguerre Point Dam?
It does.
Do you know whether Yuba sells that water to its member units as diverted from Daguerre Point Dam?
I believe it does. I don't believe it gives it away for free.
And Daguerre Point Dam is downstream of Yuba's minimum flow compliance point at the Smartville gauge, correct?
It's downstream of the Smartville gauge, yes.
Do you object to Yuba selling water that is necessary for minimum flows at Smartville to its member units?
No.
No? And what is the distinction you make between Yuba's sale of water to its member units and sale of minimum flow water to which you object?
That sale of minimum flow water.
Objection, relevance as to this entire line of questioning.
Overruled.
The sale of Yuba Accord transfer water is transfer water. It's out of basin. It's south of Delta. And it has a much different fee schedule than the sale of water for local purposes. Yuba Water was developed, as I understand it, in order to serve these local entities.
So you do not object to Yuba selling water to its member units that is necessary for minimum flows, correct?
Correct.
You only object when Yuba Water sells it to someone else downstream, is that right?
For transfer, yes.
Do you object because of the differential pricing in those sales of water?
No, I think it's more a conceptual matter of uh, the the degree to which or the fact that it's sold out of the area that the water is developed in, and that that minimum in-stream flow would serve either, as we've discussed, downstream in-basin users or in delta users, or in some cases become delta outflow, um, as opposed to exporters south of the delta.
So is your objection to Yuba's transfer of water released for minimum flows purely that it's exported from the delta?
I think it's more that it's sold out of basin, out of the Yuba watershed.
Okay. Do you see Yuba City on figure 1?
I do.
Do you know whether Yuba City is located within the boundaries of Yuba County Water Agency?
I don't believe it is, but I don't know that for a fact.
You don't believe that it is within Yuba County Water Agency's boundaries?
I I don't remember.
Do you know whether it's in Yuba City is in Yuba County or Sutter County?
It's in Sutter County.
Do you understand that Yuba County Water Agency's boundaries in general are the boundaries of Yuba County?
Yes.
Do you know whether if Yuba delivered water to Yuba City, it would be transferring water out of Yuba's service area?
I don't know.
Let's assume Yuba City is outside of Yuba's service area. Would you object to Yuba County Water Agency transferring minimum flow water to Yuba City?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Ask the question again, please.
Sure. Let's assume Yuba City is outside the boundaries of Yuba County Water Agency.
Okay.
Would you object to the agency transferring water to Yuba City that the agency released for minimum flows?
Yes, I think I would. I think that if you're going to transfer water to Yuba City, you should be releasing additional water from storage.
Even though Yuba City is directly across the Feather River from Marysville?
It is directly across, and you know, it's a question of degree. And so yeah, it's possible that I could be talked into changing my mind on that particular issue. It's very close. I understand that. And to some degree, geographic boundaries are, I mean, somewhat arbitrary.
You
Especially,
understand the agency's headquarters is in Marysville?
I understand that the agency's headquarters is in Marysville, so I've been there.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up water code, I'm sorry, exhibit Yuba 514? Mr. Schutz, have you ever reviewed this water code section?
Yes, I have.
Do you see the second sentence in subdivision A?
I do.
Do you see that it's the statute establishes policy favoring voluntary transfers in some circumstances?
I do see that, and
thank you, Mr. Schutz. Do you
I
see
see
that
it.
one of those conditions is that the transfer is consistent with the public welfare of the place of export?
By export, that would be the source. Is that what that means? I don't.
Well,
I don't personally find this particularly useful, Mr. Becerra. You can cite to Water Code Section
well,
109.
I have,
I don't need Mr. Schutz's opinion about Water Code Section 109.
I
Let's move
have
on. No,
one
let's
for,
move on. No more. Let's move on.
okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Schutz, do you consider the South of Delta service areas of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project to be places of import for transfer water?
It's a question of semantics. Water is exported from north of Delta to south of Delta. I guess if you want to call them places of import, you could do that.
And so those areas import transfer water, is that right?
That's one way you could phrase it, yes.
And those areas under the Yuba Accord program have imported substantial amounts of Yuba Accord water, correct?
Over the years, they have, yes.
But
At different places within those areas have.
and you object to those transfers because
I
they
don't
involve
object to the
minimum flow water,
transfers.
correct?
I'm sorry.
Yes, you
I
object.
interrupted you. Please go ahead and finish your question.
You object to transfers to those places of import because Yuba is transferring minimum flow water from the Yuba River, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Let's see. Excuse me. Mr. Sutherland, I think you said you had no questions yesterday for Mr. Schutz. Is that still the case? Or yesterday, Tuesday. Very good. And Ms. Mandel Rice, anything for Mr. Schutz from you?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of questions from me, Mr. Schutz. Do you know how Yuba County Water Agency's HRL proposal would ensure that component A water is dedicated to Delta outflow?
It's tied up with the accounting mechanism for the HRL program in general, in my opinion. And that has been the subject of considerable discussion and controversy, and I don't think it's completely resolved what the mechanisms would be.
So would it be fair to say that nobody really knows exactly how this HRL water is going to be dedicated to Delta outflow at this point?
I would say that's a fair characterization.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Let's see. And then Mr. Becerra asked you a number of questions about the nature of your objection to the proposed transfer, and is one of the reasons why you object to this proposed transfer the environmental effects of exporting water through the pumps, the joint point of diversion in the Delta?
I think in general, but I do think we established the fact that most of the water, when it's actually transferred, is transferred in the summer or fall when the direct environmental impacts are less. I think there's indirect effects in that it sustains water users or contractors south of the Delta in an environment that it overall is over allocated and tends to by increasing or making sort of taking the edge off of some of the water that is not otherwise allocated to the entities who purchase Yuba water by DWR or reclamation. It kind of keeps them going and perpetuates the system. I don't, but in terms of direct effect, it's been hard for me to establish any specific direct effect on fish. There may be other effects on water quality and so forth, but that's more the purview of Mr. Ruiz and his witnesses.
Okay, so your objections to the south of Delta transfer then are not so much predicated on immediate and direct environmental effects as they are to the overall, I guess, perpetuation of irrigated agriculture in Central Valley areas south of Delta.
In part, but also, I mean, there's another component to this too, and that is that the state and federal projects have responsibilities for meeting delta flow and water quality requirements that are written into part of they're written into their water rights. And Yuba doesn't have that. And there seems to be a somewhat different standard established for Yuba, especially because it's releasing minimum in-stream flows. As I understand it, the only other entities that are allowed to do that are DWR and Reclamation, that are allowed to transfer water they're allowed to transfer water.
Okay. And then, this, I guess this is not really within your scope of your rebuttal testimony, but I get to ask it anyway. Well, going back to CSPA's proposed condition that transfers be limited to 100,000 acre feet annually. I understood Mr. Grinnell on Tuesday to testify that the practical effect of that limitation would be to eliminate groundwater substitution transfers under this program. And is there a specific direct environmental effect associated with groundwater substitution transfers that's problematic in your opinion?
I don't know that I could say that there's one in the Yuba Basin. As a general matter, I believe there are problems with groundwater substitution transfers. They reduce stream flows, they deplete the groundwater basins and so forth. I can't say that I've analyzed anything that suggests that Yuba's groundwater basin has that kind of effect, or that I've seen any analysis. I So I think I'll stop there. If
That you've answered my question, and that's helpful. I appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Mertz, that's all I have for Mr. Shute. So do you have a redirect?
Do you mind if I have about 5 minutes to look over my notes?
You may. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 11:13.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Mertz, do you have redirect for Mr. Schutz?
No, I don't have any redirect.
Okay, very good. Then Mr. Schutz, with that, I thank you for your testimony in the rebuttal phase. And well, I would excuse you if you were a regular witness, but you're also a party, so I suspect you'll stick around. All right, I believe that concludes the evidentiary portion of the rebuttal phase of this hearing. So we ought to talk about moving objections into evidence. And before we do that, we should also talk about the schedule. So my thought is I'll ask today Yuba Water, DWR, state water contractors, and the NGO parties, which I think covers everyone who's submitted evidence in this proceeding, to move their exhibits into evidence. And then we'll have an objection schedule. It will be relatively brief. My thought at this point is, and it'll be brief in part because I don't want that many objections. It'll also be brief because you know, there's a tight closing brief schedule. And you know, I think you guys need to know what's in and what's out in order to have closing briefs. So my thought is we'll orally move exhibits into evidence today. Objections from all parties will be due by 5 p.m. on Monday, August 25th, this next Monday. And then optional responses will be due on August 27th. So everyone gets roughly 2 full business days. That gives me time to rule by the end of the day, Friday, and let you know what's in and out. And you can incorporate that ruling into your closing briefs and optional proposed orders. And I want to be clear that responses are optional. I know a number of you are involved in other proceedings that are taking up a fair amount of your time, and I'm not going to sustain objections merely because they're unopposed. I think as you've seen, I look at those independently and make a determination. So responses are helpful. They're not required. If you do not respond to an objection, I will not be sustaining an objection merely because it's unopposed. Does that schedule make sense to everyone? All right, then let's start with moving Yuba Waters. There's Mr. Ruiz. The camera thing gets me every time. I really like how automatic it is. It always catches the eye, Mr. Ruiz.
I was here. I heard your schedule.
Okay, good. With that, let's start with moving exhibits into evidence. Mr. Becerra, would you like to move Yuba Waters exhibits into evidence? And if so, which ones?
Mr. Bivens, can I make a request? We've had a lot of cross exhibits.
Yes.
And I want to make sure we in particular and others don't end up inadvertently moving cross exhibits in that we never decided to use.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if we might take a lunch break, start now, go till 1, and then we get it all really straight in the interim, or perhaps 12:30, and just so we
one would be fine. Let's do that. I would love to give you all the time that you need to identify which specific exhibits. That'll make my life easier too. So
yeah, you've given us very detailed evidentiary rulings on the actual case in chief exhibits and such. I want to make sure we don't end up moving cross exhibits in, and there's some questions about what the effect of a cross exhibit is that we just want to get at that all straight.
Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate that suggestion. Let's take our very long lunch break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
And then we'll get these things moved into evidence. All right, we are adjourned until 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it is 1 o'clock. We're back from break. Ms. Clay Pratt, are you ready to go back on the record? Very good. And let's get Dr. Zettler-Mann admitted. And Dr. Zettler-Mann, I think my team tried to admit you as a panelist a little earlier. So if you're there, you're going to need to click whatever button has popped up on your Zoom screen to make that happen. And while Dr. Zettler-Mann's admission is working through the electronic system here, I think we can go ahead and get started with Yuba County Water Agency's motion to admit the exhibits into evidence. So, Mr. Becerra, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, and thank you for the elongated lunch break. It was very helpful.
It was wonderful. 10 of 10 would do it again.
Oh, 5 stars. Okay, so I'm going to take this in slices just for clarity. So first, we'd like to admit Willie Whittlesey's case-in-chief testimony and exhibits, which are exhibits Yuba Water 100 through 112. Second, we'd like to admit Steve Grinnell's case-in-chief testimony and exhibits, which are exhibits Yuba County Water Agency 200 to 227. Third, we'd like to admit Craig Wallace's case-in-chief testimony and exhibits, which are exhibits Yuba Water 300 through 302. Next, we'd like to admit Pablo Oriave's case-in-chief testimony and exhibits, which are exhibits Yuba Water 400 and 401. I'm going to circle back to all of the cross-examination exhibits at the end because they're more complicated. We are not offering Willie Whittlesey's rebuttal testimony and exhibits 600 to 602, which were excluded. Steve Grinnell's rebuttal testimony and exhibits, we offer them as follows. Exhibit Yuba Water 700C, exhibit Yuba Water 701C, exhibits Yuba Water 702 through 708. We do not offer exhibits Yuba Water 709 through 711, which were excluded. And we do offer Yuba Water exhibits 712 to 720. Okay, and then on the cross-examination exhibits, they're in 2 series. They're in the 500 series and the 800 series. So I'll start with 500. We do offer Yuba Water 500 into evidence, as well as, we also offer Yuba Water 501 through 506 as evidence. Exhibit Yuba Water 507 through 509 are copies of statutes, which we offer for the limited purpose of clarity of the record, given that they're legal. We offer exhibit Yuba Water 510 only for clarity of the record. The hearing officer indicated he was not interested in hearing cross-examination on that one. We move exhibit Yuba Water 511 into evidence. We move exhibit Yuba Water 512 with the cover page and pages 3 and 4 for the limited purpose of clarity of the record as to whether the witness knew of them or not. Exhibit Yuba Water 513, we offer for the limited purpose of clarity of the record. Similarly, Yuba Water Exhibit 514, which is the copy of Water Code Section 509, offered only for limited purpose of clarity of the record. We offer Exhibit Yuba Water 515 as evidence. It is excerpts of the AHO's Exhibit 002, which is already in evidence. Our rebuttal cross-examination exhibits, we offer into evidence Exhibit Yuba Water 800, which is excerpts of the 1989 State Board Order. We offer Exhibit Yuba Water 801, which is Steve Grinnell's declaration supporting evidentiary objections only for clarity of the record, not as evidence. Similarly, exhibits Yuba Water 802 and 803, which depict what we believe are modeling results, we offer only for clarity of the record. The witnesses were not aware of what they were. We offer exhibits Yuba Water 804, 805, 806 as evidence. And we offer exhibit Yuba Water 807, which is excerpts of a 2010 State Board Order of which the Department of Water Resources has already obtained official notice. And that's the end.
Very good. Okay, so let me make sure I got that down. So we've got exhibits Yuba Water 100 through 112, 200 through 227, 300 through 302, 400 through 401, 700C, 701C, 702 through 708, 712 through 720, 500 through 506, 507 through 509 for the limited purpose of the record. Same limited purpose for 510, 511 as an evidentiary exhibit, 512 through 514 for the limited purpose of the record, 515 and 800 as evidence qua evidence, 801 through 803 for the limited purpose of the record, and then
one point of clarity on that: 800 we do offer as evidence.
yes, I have that. Thank you. 804 through 806, actually 804 through 807 as evidence.
Yes.
Not for a limited purpose. Okay. That is helpful. And the qualification of some of those exhibits for being for a limited purpose of the record is also helpful and should hopefully forestall some objections on that point. All right. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Let's turn next to the Department of Water Resources. Mr. Soderlund, are you prepared to move exhibits into evidence? And if so, which ones?
Yes, I am. I'm prepared to move DWR exhibits 1 through 6 into the record.
Very good. That's it, Mr. Soderlund?
That's it.
Yeah, okay, great. State water contractors. Where's Jenna, or Ms. Mandel, right?
There we go. I apologize. Camera problems. I do not believe we had any exhibits, and so I don't believe we have anything to move into the record.
And no cross exhibits either. Okay, very good.
I don't believe so.
I will trust you on that. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I don't want to forget about NID. Ms. Whaley or Mr. McClure. Ms. Whaley. I don't know why we haven't changed your name yet, but please go ahead.
Thank you. NID moves into evidence the corrected NID exhibits 1 through 5 and 8 through 9.
And I have a question about 8 and 9.
Go ahead, Mr. Becerra.
Are they being moved into the record as evidence for clarity of the record? And then also on NID 9, it's approximately 1,500 page draft EIR by Yuba, and I'd like to understand what's being offered. I believe only at most 5 pages of that was referenced in cross.
To your first question, I believe we are entering this into the record, both of these exhibits. For exhibit 9,
I will offer a thought on exhibit 9, which is that I will impose the same limitations on the use of exhibit NID 9 as I did for the draft staff report for the Bay Delta Plan update. So if it was dealt with if it was specifically addressed in cross, potentially fair game. But I'm not going to consider a whole bunch of citations that were, to a 1,500 page document that weren't specifically addressed on cross.
understandable. Okay.
All right, so we've got NID corrected exhibits 1 through 5 and 8 through 9. Is that it, Ms. Whaley?
Correct. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, nothing for, we did state water contractors. So that leaves the NGOs, Ms. Mertz or Mr. Schutz, or both. Mr. Schutz, you'll need to come off mute.
Sorry, it'll be both. But do you want to take Mr. Ruiz first, or do you care?
Oh, no, I don't care. If you're ready to go, let's go ahead and start with you guys, and then yeah, thank you for reminding me about the.
So
that would be
I'm gonna move into evidence the CSPA exhibits, and then Ms. Mertz will take care of FOR and Circle, I believe.
Okay, very good.
So of the CSPA exhibits, it would be Exhibit 1C, exhibits, and these are all CSPA dash.
Yeah.
Exhibits 2 through 4, exhibits 6 and 7, and with 7, it's the draft staff report, and it's subject to your caveat. We understand that. Exhibits CSPA 8 through 17, exhibit CSPA 19C. Those are the original exhibits in support of my testimony.
Good. And then real quick, Mr. Schutz, did you say exhibit 8A through 17?
No, I believe I said exhibit 9 through 17. 8 was excluded.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Okay, 9 through 17, 19C.
And if I didn't, I misspoke. And then of the rebuttal exhibits would be exhibits CSPA 20, 21, and 22. And then for the cross-examination exhibits CSPA 25 through 29.
So I have CSPA 1C, 2 through 4, 6 through 7, 9 through 17, 19C, 20 through 22, and 25 through 29.
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Ms. Mertz.
Ms. Bivens, on 25 through 29, are they being offered as evidence or for clarity of the record on cross-examination?
I would move them into evidence as move them as evidence.
And the entirety of each document or cited excerpts?
So 25 and 26 and 29 are already excerpts.
Okay.
And 27 is very short. It's a 1-page document, so I'd move that entire document into the record. 28, I would be happy to limit it to those excerpts that were cited or called out in cross.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Mertz, your turn.
Okay, I think this is pretty simple. I'd like to move FOR 1 through FOR 15 into evidence. And then for circle 001 through 025 into evidence.
So that's FOR 1 through 15 and circle 1 through 25.
Yes.
I have a question. Are FOR 3 through 14 being offered into evidence in their entirety? There's several thousand pages.
Sorry, just bringing up the exhibit index. 3 through 14 is your questions?
Yes.
Let me just review these quickly.
Or I believe they're well over
These are, go ahead, Mr. Pizarro.
I believe they're collectively well over 1,000 pages at least.
Yeah, I believe it's one or two of the documents that are the majority of those 1,000 pages. Several of these are scientific papers that are cited that are, like 8 to 12 pages. I would have to have a closer review, but I think you're probably targeting the NIMS recovery plan. That's FOR 4, and maybe the listing determination, which is FOR 3. And I would be willing to just move into evidence the portions of those that were cited to. Otherwise, have them as reference for clarity in the record.
So could we discuss this a little, Mr. Bivens? There's a little bit of complexity here.
Yes.
So Dr. Pierce cited these exhibits in the manner of an academic paper, where he cited, he would state a proposition in his testimony and then cited the entirety of the supporting document for the proposition. And so that's the difficulty I'm having, is to, the volumes of material that presumably do not support his actual statements in his testimony.
Yes, I can I can see how that might be challenging. Well, what I what I think the two of you should do, candidly, is get together after this hearing in the extra time that you have and figure out what your Ms. Mertz, if there are any limitations you want to put on that offer, work through them with Mr. Becerra, and then send me and the rest of the service list an email, and we'll keep track of what's coming in.
Thanks. We can do that.
Thank you. Okay, subject to that further conversation and update from you, Ms. Mertz, I have FOR 1 through 15 and circle 1 through 25, and you may be getting back to me about limiting the offer in the next day or two.
Yes, and I think I'll pull in Dr. Pierce into that conversation, so he can help clarify what was referenced as the basis of any opinions that he came up with.
And just for clarity, if Dr. Pierce can identify, the pages of these documents that support the particular propositions in his testimony, that's no problem. It's the volumes and volumes of extraneous material that are problematic.
Would you prefer that as like a corrected testimony, just in red line with those additions? Would that be sufficient?
No, I think no. I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to just, you and Mr. Becerra should agree to the best you're able to on which portions of those voluminous exhibits were the portions on which Dr. Pierce, specifically relied, and then tell me what they are, and we'll keep track of it.
And then I know I cited to pages in some of those in my cross, that those should be contained in what is offered into evidence as well.
Yes, I will let you all figure that out. Hopefully this is the extent of my involvement. All right. Thank you, Ms. Mertz and Mr. Becerra, for your anticipated cooperation on that. All right, Mr. Ruiz.
Yes. Good afternoon again. South Delta parties would move in to evidence SDWA 001R through SDWA 008R. We would also move in SDWA 11 through 15 into evidence, and then SDWA 16, just for clarity of the record. We would move in SDWA 17 into evidence. SDWA 018A is a statute, but we would move in just the excerpts cited. SDWA 018B, the program to meet standards, just for clarity of the record.
Sorry, which number was that, Mr. Reed?
018B, 018B. SCWA 019 is intentionally blank and is nothing. We would then move in SCWA 020 through 024.
All right, so I have SDWA 1R through 8R, 11 through 15, 16, 17, 18A, the cited excerpts, 18B for the clarity of the record, and 20 through 24.
Correct.
And objections are due by 5 p.m. on Monday?
Correct. And responses by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, which is, I believe, the 27th. And then also anyone who is submitting revised or new proposed permit terms should also do that by 5 p.m. on Wednesday. I think everybody needs time to be able to address new or revised proposed permit terms in closing briefs. That's certainly helpful to me. Mr. Shute.
Yeah, on that, we are working on some revised permit terms, but we have several parties to consult. So we have to complete the drafting of those terms, and then we need to run them by other parties. And I'm a little concerned that a Wednesday deadline may not give us enough time to do that. I could offer Friday with the best effort to do it on Wednesday. Would that be acceptable?
Mr. Becerra? Mr. Schutz is involved in a number of proceedings.
When Friday is the 29th, and closing briefs and proposed orders are due on the 5th.
That is correct.
Have the Labor Day holiday in between. That's really starting to crank down on the time. I frankly think we should have all proposed additional terms in on closed business on Wednesday. That's nearly a week.
It does give us a week. I have some sympathy for Mr. Schutz's position. Let's say midday on Thursday, Mr. Schutz. Noon on Thursday the 29th.
Noon on Thursday, okay.
All right.
And we are taking under advice your counsel at the end of the day on, I believe, the last case in chief hearing day.
I'm sorry, did you say noon on Thursday or noon on the 29th?
Noon on Thursday the 28th.
28th, yeah.
And that's for everybody, so everybody gets an extra half a day, I guess.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a schedule. We know where we're going, I think, at least in terms of getting evidence submitted and all that. Are there any other housekeeping matters that we should address before we adjourn and you all go off to write various things?
Do we have a number of page limits for briefing?
Oh, that's a good question. You would think that was in the hearing notice, but it might not have been, because I probably took whatever you all agreed to in terms of the schedule. Let me find the hearing notice. Let's see what I said.
That's not it.
Page 23 says 30 pages.
That sounds right. Let's see. Yes. So 30 pages. This always brings up the, issue of, various aligned parties and how many pages they get. And I prefer not to try to parse that out now, but to say, I will say that aligned parties should try to coordinate to the extent possible, and submit less paper rather than more. And if there are going to be separate briefs from aligned parties, those should be pretty well focused on the specific issues that are of interest to those parties. And so I'll offer that guidance, but no additional limits on that. It's not like we're doing responding closing briefs here anyway, so that makes it a little bit easier.
Okay.
And
We'll
then
endeavor to coordinate.
Thank you. And then I believe you all also gave yourselves, with my blessing, the option of submitting proposed orders, and I do view those as optional. Those are, potentially quite helpful. And there's no page limit on those, whatever you think is appropriate. State water board orders can be quite lengthy. I don't know that they always have to be. All right, that's closing briefs. Any other housekeeping items?
Thank you, hearing officer and the parties. This has been a amazingly efficient hearing.
We did pretty well. Yeah, we skipped a half day on case in chief, and we're done a day and a half early here on rebuttal. So thank you all for helping us move this along. I really appreciate everyone's time and professionalism and zealous advocacy, and I will look forward to reading your closing briefs. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.